Now this is a kid growing up in a Christian home, going to church, Sunday school, the whole shot.
Right.
Out in the parking lot with He-Man in his hand, running around in circles saying, He-Man has more power than Jesus. He-Man has more power than Jesus. But there are some things about Smurfs that we need to look at. First of all, you'll notice that they're depicted as blue with black lips.
Well, isn't that interesting?
And you know what happens to you when you die? You turn blue and your lips turn black.
In other words, these are depictive of dead creatures.
Right. And another thing is that Smurfs is an all-male community. And you say, oh, there's Smurfette, she's a female. Well, in one cartoon, she was depicted as transforming from a male to a female through magical power. And so the only female in the Smurfs is transformed from a male. She was not born a female.
No, what you're telling me then is that even Smurfs carry a homosexual connotation in that most of them are male. It makes the wings move, so let me look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And do you remember those verses in the book of Revelation about the flying beast with the riders on them?
The flying beast with the riders on them. So
You
this
know,
is
the winged horses?
this could actually be taken from Revelations.
Sure, it looks like it.
I cannot believe it.
Seen someone's head fly off or blow up or melt down? Well, if you did,
Oh, this is it? Just not a video? I thought it was gonna be a video, so just talk about it. Thought we were done with the Mega Mycete. This sounds That's stupid. What was wrong with the fucking Mega Mycete bullshit? Like they really care about what fucking virus is going on. It's just Twitter. Recent playtesters reveal new information. Possible huge spoilers. Take 4 years after Village. Jill Valentine and Leon will be the main characters. Chris and Barry will be supporting. Barry's still alive? I thought he was dead. Leon is dressed similar to his look in Damnation. Oh, that's a movie, right? That's a CGI movie. Jill looks the same as she did in Death Island. However, Leon looks much older. Main plot: Jill from BSAA and Leon from DSO who investigate an island where the company who created Eveline resides. Or Evelyn? Evelyn. They're creating mass clones of Evelyn with the Megamycete. Oh yeah, the daughter? That was her name, right? Chris and Barry will support Jill and Leon via radio calls. One mentions Rosemary Winters. Okay, that's Evelyn, but her name ended up being Rosemary, I think. They will use Rosemary's blood to create vaccine for the residents. Alright, so it's an island, and Jill and Leon are the new characters. I mean, the main characters. Sounds alright. I don't know what's fucking what is there to complain about other than that asshole just like, oh, Mega Mycete? I hate that virus. Bring back the T virus or the G virus. Who gives a fuck? And he's already like, disappointing. I hate it. So dumb. Leon is old as fuck if they're gonna set in modern day. I mean, not really that old. What's he gonna be? 30? 35? 40? Shit, like, none of that shit is old. If he was like 60, then yeah, they're pushing it. But yeah, sounds fine. Whoops, that's not what I wanted.
I'm a simple man making his way through the galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clones are very impressive. You must be very proud.
I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Mac 10, nutty as they saying? It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way. In my lap, front and back on the train track. On yak and herb, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, run my coin just like I'm Sonic. From the hood, I speak Ebonics. That in economics, shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke then you a failure, stack your money up like...
You're glad they're bringing back the older characters. Yeah, I guess it's about time. It's about time they went back. They already had 2 games with Ethan and he's officially dead. So yeah, he was kind of bland. Yeah, there was not much to his character. They didn't really tell us much about his life. He was just some random ass guy and shit, and that's it. Just some guy fucking in the woods, and then that's it. Like, the story just starts from there. You don't really know who the hell he is the entire game. Not even in part, I mean the second part of his fucking adventure in Village. Never know who the fuck who is he, shit. Random ass dude. So, time for Mouse. Spirit and the Mouse. The West Residence. You wonder if it's gonna be first or third person. You know what? They should just fucking do both. Just let you switch. It's fucking the year 2024. When it comes out, it's gonna be 2025. We have the technology. What the fuck? Why are we pretending that we don't? I've seen games, you know, Fallout fucking lets you switch first person, third person, whatever. It ain't shit. It's not hard to do. Fucking just fucking do it. That's something I wish Metroid Prime would let you do. That I've been wanting it to finally make that switch. Like, hey, you want to play third person? Go ahead. Just fucking press a button or whatever. If Fallout has been doing it for fucking like 20 years, why can't other games just copy that? Yeah, so maybe by this, I mean, with this one, they will finally just say, fuck it, you're the player, you decide. You want first person or third? I think I would play both. I think I would probably switch back and forth a little here and there, whatever. Because, yeah, sometimes it is kind of cool being in first person. And then other times, I don't know, I would like to see the third person. And the ultimate thing would be if they have a setting where it's like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 cameras, where it's just a still camera from whatever angle to make it look like a movie. If they bring that back, I think like all the old school fans will be happy. The the ones that don't like the new first person or third person games, they'll be like, oh hell yeah, finally going back to the old cameras that fucking you can't move them. They should remake RE1 in the style of RE2. Yeah, why didn't that's another stupid thing. Like, instead of doing them in order, they fucking just went to number 4. What the fuck was that? So fucking dumb. And 4 is the last one that needed a remake, because they already fucking remade it like a bunch of times, you know? How many times was it re-released over the last 20 years? It was on the PlayStation, on GameCube, on fucking Xbox, on fucking PlayStation 3, on the Wii. It just kept on being re-released. It was in virtual reality. They did it a million times, like enough with Resident Evil 4. That's the last one they needed to do. Yeah, I wish they did Veronica, fucking, if anything. Part 1 for sure, yeah. Veronica, shit, even Part 0, do that one again. That's why I didn't really give a shit about remake of Part 4. I was like, fuck that. I already played the hell out of that one. I'm gonna skip it. I don't need to play it for the millionth time. RE6? Oh man, that's the fucking worst game in the whole series, I think. So yeah, they should remake it only to make it better. Fucking stop making it an action game and shit with fucking suplexing zombies and shit. Roundhousing like 10 zombies at the same time. All that dumb shit. It's like not even a horror game anymore. Next logical remake, if they go in order, is 5. Nah, fuck that. They need to stop jumping ahead and go back to the original Part 1 if they're gonna do anything. Yeah, Part 5 is jumping ahead again. We don't need that. Like, what they forgot they had Veronica in Part 1. Hope they do RE1 and Code Veronica. Yeah, I've been wanting to see Code Veronica make a comeback. Like, that game, I feel like nobody really plays it. Everybody kind of ignores it and shit. And it could use some help in the fucking game design, cause there's some fucking part that I think I've been seeing other people play it, and they get stuck on it when you face a tyrant on a helicopter or some shit. You're flying away, and you have to fight this tyrant, like a surprise attack, and you don't have any weapons at that point, so you're fucked. You have to restart the entire game, or if you were smart enough to make separate saves. But I never do that. I never make like a bunch of saves. So at that point, I either had to kill him with a few bullets, few rounds of ammunition, and the knife, or start over the entire fucking game. And at that point, it's been like fucking, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours or something. So I just kept playing it till I killed his ass with the fucking knife. I was like, son of a bitch, I finally did it. After so many tries, I killed him with the knife. Like, a couple rounds of, like, grenade launcher shit. And maybe a few bullets, but then it was all about the fucking knife and shit. And yeah, I made it, so I was like, damn, good thing I didn't have to start over. Fuck all that. You have trouble figuring out RE1? Yeah, RE1, that's another one that's kind of similar because you run out of ammo and then you're fucked and shit in a lot of parts of the game. Because you think that you're gonna be safe just shooting everything in sight. You know, wasting all your shotgun shells on zombies and everything. But no, you have to hold on to it for the tougher enemies and shit. The hunters, the bosses, the giant snake, all that shit. Yeah, I remember when I first played that game, the original on PlayStation 1, and thinking like, damn, it's fucking tough. So you just learn from experience that you gotta hold on to all your fucking ammo for important shit. Don't just go all willy-nilly. And you hope they do Dino Crisis? Yeah, for real. I don't know why Capcom fucking ignores that game. That could be such a badass remake. Because now, like, the technology, they could make the dinosaurs look fucking really, really fucking badass. It would be like you're playing Jurassic Park, the game or some shit. With really good looking dinosaurs and everything. Yeah, they should definitely do that one. I think a lot of people miss that series. This Kiblin box is very old. Oh yeah, they said that the Kiblin boxes were not gonna be available. I guess they're fucked up. Damn. So this mouse has to do everything by herself. And they should do Mega Man Legends Remaster. Oh yeah, that game needs work. Yeah, so if they make it more playable, that'll be fucking awesome. I think a lot of people wanna check that shit out. But like, it's so fucking janky the way they made it. The way you control Mega Man, it's so fucking weird. Really awkward controls. Well, yeah, I think a lot of people want to see what that story is. You know, since it's not regular Mega Man, it's like another universe and shit. It'd be cool finally getting a really nice playable version of the game. I tried playing it a few times, and yeah, It's pretty fucked up. It's awkward as hell to play. You kinda wanna buy it on PS4 store while it's still open.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken! Fuck
Oh
that
shit,
shit!
Kaiser.
Pabst Blue Ribbon!
What's up, Kaiser?
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Oh yeah, before I forget, check it out, Macca's new Deezen alerts. Switched it up a little bit so we get more Deezen. More Deezen for your dollar.
How about some buffalo chips or a moose shake? We got a 2-for-1 Easter special. No thanks. Hey, wait! Help us out over here! Ah! Ice cream. Go in there. Kill more crates.
Omegle
Kill more
Mactin
crate.
just redeemed Eddie Deezen.
They want to drop Corncob TV because we showed
Oh shit,
over
that's
400
Kaiser.
naked dead bodies on our show Coffin Flop.
We
If you
got
love
a
Corncob TV
Corncob
shows,
alert.
It's time to tell Spectrum, no, they're saying Coffin Flop's not a show. It's just hours and hours of footage of real people falling out of coffins at funerals. There's no explanation, just body after body busting out of shit wood and hitting pavement. They're saying it's impossible that many dead bodies are falling out of coffins every day. And it's impossible that 1 out of every 5 of them are nude. I don't know what to tell you, bud. We're just shooting funerals and showing the ones where the bodies fly out. Jeez, they're saying, no way. You must have rigged something. I didn't do fucking shit. I didn't rig shit. I've been waiting a long time for a hit on Corncob TV. I didn't fucking do this. They're saying we don't have the permissions of the family. I said we don't need permissions of the family. We're allowed to show him nude because they ain't got no soul. The guys at Spectrum think I'm just some dumb hick. They said that to me at a dinner. Call Spectrum and say, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of this. There's worse shit on the local news. This world's fucking so fucked up. And people are mad at me because I showed a bunch of naked dead bodies with their spread blue butts flying out of boxes. Really? I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
Sort of cuts off his last sentence there. I guess I gotta add more time or something. Pull the plug. Welcome, Kaiser. Welcome to Mouse Game. We're trying to save the last person in town. If we can just find a way inside. Oh yeah, you were playing a Mouse Game. Stuart Little was really good. Thank you, Kaiser, for stepping in, for popping in, I mean. hanging out. Oh yeah, so I am having trouble trying to find the way in there. I wonder where to go. Oh, here's something. Alright. That's gotta be it. Thanks for all the emotes, Kaiser. What is that, a duck winking? Wiggling his eyebrows. There we go. The final person, I think.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken. Fuck that shit!
Fuck that
Pabst
shit.
Blue Ribbon!
It's no use, I can't see anything from here. I can't believe I'm going to miss the meteor shower. We had to cancel a trip because of the thunderstorm. It wasn't safe to go biking in the countryside with the weather. We've seen all of them for the past 50 years and I'm going to miss it tonight on my birthday. On my birthday. There's also a Stuart Little PS2 game. It's a kid-friendly GTA. Oh, GTA style? That's cool. Sounds like that would be fun. It's by Sega, so it might actually be quality. Not just some trash movie game. But you didn't buy it? You don't have it, Macus? The PS2 version? I could have watched it from here if the nearby town wasn't lit up like Christmas. The light pollution, I swear, St. Clair used to be a great spot to watch the stars, but not anymore. Not yet? And I bet that's probably available in Vim's layer. I wish I could turn all the city lights off and admire the meteor shower. I'll check right now if it's there. Stupid thunderstorm. Oh, lurk, quick modding check. Alright, Kaiser, thanks for stopping in. Have a good lurk. Kaiser is off to do some modding magic. Hey, mouse, down here. Come here, we need to talk. Women and the Stars. Hello again, mouse. I couldn't help but hear what the human was saying. It seems like it's not an issue you can solve. Sometimes there's just nothing we can do. Us Kiblins were created to help humans. It's frustrating when a problem like this arises and we can't do anything. You know the feeling. Oh, you might be wondering why I'm here. Are you gonna ask for Stuart Little for Christmas? Well, truth is I was following you, mouse. I like to know everything that goes around St. Clair in my notepad. Everything. This is how I occupy all my nighttime breaks. It's a lot of fun. But I can't help you. What? I can't help you. It's sad for this human, but there's nothing we can do. Ha, yes, dimming the lights would be enough to reduce the light pollution and make the meteor shower visible without harming anyone. Yes, of course, I know some Kiblins from the nearby city, but what would that... Yes, I suppose if we contacted them, we could, in theory, ask them to turn their lights off for a short moment. To communicate to a place so distant, we would need to build some kind of powerful communication device. You have Stuart Little too. Oh, yeah, didn't you play that one? I think I saw you playing the GBA Stuart Little. It does seem like you were playing not yet, really? Man, I don't know, I guess I imagined that you were playing Stuart Little on GBA or some Stuart Little shit in the past. To communicate to a place so distant, we would need to build some kind of powerful communication device. Oh, you convinced Matt to play the GBA one? Or the PlayStation? I don't know if you are aware, but such an event in a big city like this could create lots of problems. Even if we could. GBA? Wow. Yeah, it seems like if you tell him about almost any game, he'd be interested in it. I told him about Addams Family Values and he sounded like he wanted to check it out. I told him that it's worth checking out, but you know, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Like, check it out for 20 minutes, just see what they were going for, but yeah, you don't want to really play the whole fucking thing unless you know exactly what the fuck to do. Yes, dimming the lights would be enough to reduce the shower visible. You are a stubborn mouse. Okay, you are convinced. Okay, you convinced me. I'll try to help you. It's unusual to assist humans outside of our assigned Giblin box range, but I'll be happy to help. Oh shit, Turnbuck. Thanks for the lurk, Turnbuck. Turnbuck lurking like a stealthy mouse. We'll catch you when you're back. Just lurking and twerking and working. Awesome. Good to hear. Especially the twerking part. We love to hear that. If you want to talk with the Kiblins down there, we first need to build a communication device. You met all the Kiblins of this town. As you might recall, we have an inventor in our ranks. One who could build such a device. But telling you who it is would be too easy, so what about a riddle? Trapped in a copper ball, our esteemed inventor is currently studying a glowing sign atop a building in North Town. I've added my incredible riddle in your note journal, and this time I added a little picture to make it more interesting. Find this Kiblin. They might be able to help in this crazy plan of yours. Good luck. North Town. Whoever they got to voice Stuart in PS1 doesn't sound like Michael J. Fox. Yeah, they got a pretty lame sounding Michael J. Fox sound alike. Cause have you ever played the Back to the Future game? They got a good one there. That guy actually sounds pretty close. I should play that game actually. I've been always wanted to play it. Should check it out. And I got it for the Wii. Yeah, the point and click one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, they got good actors. Like I think everybody sounds pretty good. Like Doc Brown, Biff, the dad I think too. Marty McFly's dad. Oh, which is what's his face? Crispin Glover from the Rat movie. What was the Rat movie called? Oh, Ben, right? It was just called Ben, I think. Oh no, it was called Willard. Oh, okay, yeah. I forgot because Ben was the name of the original movie, I think. The movie that Michael Jackson made the song. For some weird reason, he made the fucking song, the main theme song, Ben. That's actually a good song too. I like that. Even though it's a weird ass idea, like singing to a fucking rat. Singing how much he loves Ben the rat. That was a good movie too. I think like some people might say it sucked or whatever, but I think it was alright. Fucking weird, but still, it was cool. Am I in North Town? Yep. Okay. They said to go to that sign, I think. They want me to go. The neon light sign, pharmacy. Farmacia. Wait, he said that the journal has a picture? Oh, okay. Cool, so it's right there. Spectrum TV thinks I'm some dumb hick. They said that to me at a dinner. Here he is. Somehow they got Michael J. Fox for the direct-to-video sequel. That's crazy. I think he just did that out of the kindness of his heart. He's like, yeah, I did the first one. Kids are probably gonna notice it's a different actor or something. So maybe he felt like doing it like for the kids. Cause I don't think they really paid him so much money that he said, "Damn, I gotta do it for the money." Shit. They don't pay you that much for direct-to-video shit. Mouse, you came back. You need something, and he's rich as hell. I'm pretty sure he didn't blow all his money on stupid shit. He came back. Do you need something? You need an inventor to create a device to contact another town, and Kalern recommended me. I am your Kiblin.
What are you doing?
Hey, Uni.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Me? Just hanging around.
Just saving the people of Saint Clair. Want to know more about this project as soon as possible? Need to start now. Speak with Kalern to assess the situation. Join us when you can. Just mousing around. Yeah, I should have said that. Just mousing around. I'll speak with Kalern to assess the situation. Join us when you can. See you soon. Damn, so what does he want me to do? Go check on Kedive at the West Residence. Oh, we're getting all the Kiblins together. At the West Residence. We need everyone's help. West Residence. Okay, that is the West Residence. The Zap. Looks like you found some light bulbs. Bing, 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 bing. Ba, ba, ba. Beautiful. Thanks a lot, little mouse. Now how can I return the favor? Oh, damn. Oh, I still need 9 more. See the final thing. Oh, okay. That's what photo mode looks like. A lot of stickers, holy shit. I'm staying off Twitter today. Oh, Eford Forgot election is today. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid Twitter all the time for any of that. Sometimes it's hard to avoid. People love to talk about shit like that. I'm like, fuck, man. I follow only like video game related stuff on Twitter or people that are into games and shit. And then somehow I still get some shit about the election or fucking politics. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't follow politics. Get the fuck out of here. Somehow they just fucking force you to check out whatever dumb thing people have to say. Oh, that's the Hulkster. Hulk Hogan in better times. Oh shit. Finding a lot of light bulbs. Yeah, Hogan with the American flag rocking out. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't even notice they got the guide telling me where to go. I like that song too, his Hogan's theme song. But now it seems a little bit ruined. Well done, Mouse, you found them. Kadive is a great inventor, somewhat eccentric, but very creative. I'm sure they can do it. Let's just hope this machine doesn't explode like the last one. Forget what I just said. Everything will be alright. Go check on Kadive at the West Residence. Oh, hello, Mouse. Hello again, Mouse. Killer gave me a brief of the plan. It's pretty crazy, you know. I could draw inspiration from one of my old designs, and with the current weather condition we could... Eureka! I got it, Mouse. The perfect plan. It's so clear in my head I can almost touch it. You reminding me to turn on the news? Oh, did Macus do that? Gotta check out the news now. It's too early to check out the news, isn't it? I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. I got it, Mouse, the perfect plan. Okay, touch it. I'll help you, Mouse, but we cannot do this unless we gather more people. We need to build a team. We need to gather Kiblins with specific skill sets for this project, and you are going to bring them here. I've heard how persuasive you can be. Open your ears, Mouse. Here are the people we need to make this plan a reality. First, an expert forager who will help us find the proper materials. Second, an energetic Kiblin that will help us charge the device with tons of electrical power. Third, a signal master, someone who will help us calibrate the antenna so we can send the message on the right frequency. Fourth, a construction foreman, a leader with an iron fist that will make sure everyone is working in sync. I also need assistants. 3 should be enough. And that's it, but don't worry, Mouse. Our good friend Kalern will help you find those elite Kiblins. Right, Kalern? Of course, like I told you, Mouse, I know everything on my notepad. I know everyone's skills, but telling you who they are would be too easy. Why not make it more challenging? Speak to me and I'll give you a riddle to guide you to them. You'll also find pictures of their location in your note journal, so don't forget to check it. We currently are in the middle of the Kiblin break time, so most Kiblins you've met might have moved. Fortunately, we stay in our assigned neighborhoods during breaks. I'll start preparing the groundwork. Let's do this for science. And for the villagers, of course. Good luck, Mouse. After cleansing the streets of North Town, our expert forager is now focusing on purifying the canal. Fishing with a shovel may prove to be a difficult task. Anything happen in the news yet? Oh shit, Necro, what's up, man? Let's go, brother. Shout out to Necro. Oh, and I should have done one for a turn book. I forget all this. Let's see what comes
up. Thank you for the happy anniversary. McBiggie, the cream of the crop. Always rises to the top. Give it up for another. That's how you do it. Man he also does a pretty mean Arnold Schwarzenegger. We did it. This dude is kicked back, but in your face, over the top gaming moments, and it would be a travesty if you did not snap into his stream like a Slim Jim. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fire indeed, my brother.
What the? Oh, there we go. Super short clip. One of those. Gotta go to, what was it? North Town, okay. No Uni clip? What the hell? What happened there? Did Uni erase all her clips? Oh, there we go.
I forgot to use a gravity field.
Who's left?
Any gravity field.
Just this tall guy?
There's one in front of him too.
Can I drop him? I just need to harass as much as I can.
You could drop that shot.
Alright.
Macus clip.
Totally. Yeah.
Oh no, Avatar.
I gotta start streaming because I've been buying too much here recently and not playing anything, so I need to play more of my stuff.
We're on it.
Like I hoarded a bunch of shit. Now I gotta play through it. Game
You
of the
heard
day,
your
yeah.
annoying voice? You mean your beautiful voice?
I didn't even know one of the.
Everyone hates their voice. But you can't lie to them. What? Well, yeah, like I said, everyone hates their voice, but I don't hate your voice. It's a good one. Oh, ads are gonna start any second now. So be on the lookout for that. What is that? Swear jar? Did I swear? I mean, I always do, but I don't know what it was. There we go. The BS jar. Oh. Everyone hates their voice. Yeah. You just gotta live with it. Like I don't like my voice. But it's funny cuz then people on stream tell me like that they like my voice. I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of psycho? Yeah, I don't get it. Who knows? They told me that at a dinner. Wait, am I going that way? No, I gotta be in Northtown looking for the bridge or something. Fishing area. Somewhere down there, I think. Down here looks about right. Where are you? Oh, let me look at that again. The other side, I guess. West residence, no. North town, damn it. Across the bridge. And down. Somewhere. There he is. Kigleen, little mouse, are you back here on business? You need my help to build a giant antenna? Say no more, little mouse. I'm on my way. I'll meet you at the West residence. Holy shit. Anything happen in the news yet? Investigate the West residence. Access it through the door opened by Lumia. Oh, these must be old. Kigleen found. Alright, gotta find everybody. Nah, just going over numbers and states. Oh. Okay, yeah. It's super early. But yeah, I was thinking maybe some crazy violence happens. Who knows? Found another. Prescribe. Hello, mouse. Did you forget something? While you were away, I decided to improve the menu board and add new dishes. That's every day. People need Jesus, or a lack of Jesus. I think Jesus is the cause of some crime and violence. People committing acts of violence in the name of Jesus, that's also bad. I really like the avocado and banana pizza concept, so I thought you like Jesus too, Macus? You go to church? Peanut butter and lettuce pizza. I added it at the end of a pizza list. Not really. But you agree anyways? That people need Jesus. Texture of a hot, smooth peanut butter and the crunch of fresh lettuce leaves sounds divine. I hope the chef will see my addition to the menu and add it for real. Oh, he's not part of the team? Damn it. Some more people. Hello, little mouse. How are you doing? You must be tired after helping all my fellow Kiblins. You must not forget to rest and stretch those tiny paws of yours. Not a young Kiblin anymore, you know. I will soon return to pure energy and join the Maker. It's exciting. I won't keep you longer, little mouse. Don't forget to stop and enjoy the scenery sometimes. Damn, none of these guys? Kid Cry. Oh, hello again. Sorry about earlier, Mouse. I was very scared. Your senior told me about you afterwards. I'm sorry I ran away from you. I wish I could be fearless like you. Thank you, Mouse, for helping us tonight. You know, my plush I carry all the time. I think it kind of looks like you, Mouse. I will think of you when I look at it, and it will give me courage. I found it on the streets one night. I think was a human toy. Lila is written on the back. Lila, what a pretty name. Thanks a lot, Mouse. I'll never forget you. I guess they want me to go this way. Up, 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 up. Oh, here we go. East Street. Looking for Athletic Kiblin. East Street. Time to vote for the dude from Big Lebowski. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I added like more detail to your your dude Grimace. Let me see. Gotta go to this page. Because I noticed there's all sorts of designs on his sweater. So I added all those little funny details on there. So he's more complete dude Grimace. I'll pull him up. Should he take the spot he was in, covering up everyone else? Supersized. He's big. Getting a sore throat. Oh no, Uni's getting sick. Can't have that. Now it looks empty down there. That's funny. Yeah, supersized Grimace dude. I got a new one, but I'm waiting for B-Habs. If she shows up today, hopefully she's gonna pop in later. I was working on that when you were doing your stream, Macus. I was working on B-Hab's character. So I just finished it like, I don't know, an hour ago or something. Like 2 hours ago, I think. Just barely putting the finishing touches on it. Still haven't started Noah's, but yeah, I'm thinking about that one too. Wonder how much he'll cover your screen. Oh, I mean, you could just shrink him however you want. Am I drooling? Only when I talk. It's a problem. Yeah, you could just make them however big you want. I mean, yeah, it would be funny if you make them supersized on your screen too. For no reason, just cover half the screen. Oh, neat, you're almost done with B-Habs? Oh, I finished B-Habs. I just want her to show up so I can show it to her. Like, that's how I've done the rest. I just wait for the person to pop in. Because they gotta see it. They gotta be one of the first people to see it. Looks like you found some light bulbs. Yes, more light bulbs. Enough? Ba-ba-da-ba. The last prize. Oh, damn, 5 more. And what's this about a change room? It says this change room is right here. Can I get a different costume or what? I've never seen this place. Probably something you do after you beat the game. Oh yeah, where am I looking for? East Street. He went to bed super early, woke up at work 2 a.m. with Monkey Wrench playing over and over in your head. Oh, Monkey Wrench. The Foo Fighters? Was that on the radio or something? Damn, at 2 a.m. That's not a good time to wake up. Wait, this is not where I should be. What the hell? They sent me the wrong way. The dumb song was playing in your head. Oh, you're hungry, Macus. Yeah. It's breakfast time. Perfect time to eat. I ate in the middle of the night, so still not feeling hungry. Ate some pizza. Ate some pizza while Macus was playing Stuart Little. That's East Town. Or East Street. Is this him already? Hey coach, what's up mouse? What are you cooking? We're on so-called break all areas. But true champions never stop. I'm monitoring how fast his sprint can do a lap around the block. I'm very proud of my champion, you know. His sprint has exceptional abilities. I hope one day we'll be able to show everyone how truly incredible they are. Faster could sprint this lap took 0.35 seconds longer than the previous one. Or you want to speak to his sprint? You'll find them running around the main street. Be careful there, mouse. I almost ran into you. More chicken nuggies? Dinosaur chicken nuggets? Macca's new favorite food. Chicken sandwich. Do you need something? My strength is needed to build a gigantic antenna. Chicken nuggies with the mashed volcano. Count me in. I'll tell my coach to come too. Another pair of limbs will be useful. See you at the West residence, mouse. East Streets. Not sure where that is exactly. Okay, post. Hi Mouse, what are you up to? Me? I'm still trying to learn the layout of St. Clair, but so far I'm still lost. I don't understand why humans make such narrow, samey streets. It's confusing, don't you think? Cobblestones over here, cobblestones over there. They sure do like stone. Maybe another 20 years living here and I'll know my way around. Oh, right there, okay. Nice. Hey Mouse, it's you again. Do you need something? You need my help to build a gigantic antenna? It might help me get over my emotional state after tonight's heartbreaking episode. Okay, sign me up, Mouse. I'll see you at the West residence. Construction foreman we need is above the artist. Oh, okay. The artist atelier. That guy was right. Everything looks the same. No chicken place? Oh, you're gonna go somewhere for chicken? Yeah. But nowhere's open. That's kind of surprising. What time would they open? Oh, Northtown. What the fuck? I'm looking in the totally wrong spot. Damn. Okay, good. This is actually it. Or is it? Oh no, damn. Not here. Yeah, make something at home. That's what I would do. Forget going out somewhere. Just put some dino nuggies between some toast. There you go. Chicken sandwich. You just want to go back to bed? Oh, but you got work to do. Should make something. Yeah. You don't need to do all that driving out to some place. Or you could order some food and I'm sure somebody delivers. Or get it from Uber Eats or whatever. Y'all want to buy feet pics so I can hire a House cleaner? Wait, what? You're gonna sell feet pics, and then you're gonna hire a cleaner? Well, I don't know anybody that likes feet pics. You don't either. But you could always start a OnlyFans for feet. There's people out there that want those pictures. Oh yeah, somebody in chat said that I think they do exactly that. They take pictures of their feet, and yeah, they get paid a lot of money, especially to do gross stuff like stick their feet in like cake or something, some type of food. The grosser the better. And this was the guy that was bringing this up. Cake piggies. Yeah, what a waste of cake. Pretty nasty. But yeah, he said that whenever he needs money, he'll just do that. Take some gross pictures of his feet and some cake or whatever, pie or something. Something mushy. Where is the guy? This is Northtown. You don't get the foot fetish? Yeah. Me neither, I don't know. The most, like, not sexy part of the body. Fucking feet. It's like just choosing a random part of the body and calling it sexy. Oh, the fucking armpit. The back of someone's knee. What the hell? Like, what? Just any old fucking part of the body that no one gives a shit about. I declare this the sexiest part of the body. Damn, this guy is hard to find. Already talked to him. shit is this is it. God damn. Oh, even higher. Wait, damn. So close. After you helped me, I was inspired to start developing a new hacking technique, trying to communicate directly with the machine using thought waves and extract the right number combinations. Let me show you. 1852. Error, you're not even close. Heck, as you can see, it requires intense training. I'm clearly not good enough yet, but I'll work on it every night. When I have perfected this technique, I'll be the greatest hacker this town has ever known. Oh no, don't. Damn it. Oh, here we go. Mouse, it's you again. Sorry, but I'm not giving mentoring sessions to juniors right now. Oh, you're not here for this? Oh, you want me to lead the construction of some kind of antenna? How can I refuse someone asking for help? Count on me and Kifix to join you there. East Street, 3 young Kiblins. They are currently playing a game of tag in a dangerously high place. Oh, you gotta run. Catch y'all later. Alright, Winnie. Have a good day. Dangerously high place. Oh shit. It looks like this place is right there. And they might be all the way up there. Oh, right there. Yeah, I think that's it. Red roof and all that. Yeah, that's it. You just looked up how much Stuart Little 2 cost to make. Oh, to make the movie, and it costs over 100 million to make. That sounds normal, like for a movie like that. I think, well, especially back then, but now I think movies are normally costing way more now. Animated movies or anything like Stuart Little with live action mixed with animated characters. Yeah, I'm sure those movies cost a lot more now. It didn't make as much as Sony wanted either. Oh, and that was part 2, right? So that was the direct-to-video one? $100 million to make, and it only made 170. Yeah, when it's that like that much, people like to call that a failure. Gotta get up there somehow. Man, gotta be an easy way. Shit. Oh, this is where I got stuck. Fucking fell in that between the trash bag and this bullshit, the bar thing. Totally messed up the game. The first one made 300 million. Yeah. I think when you make a sequel, chances are it's not gonna make as much. Unless they got like a really good idea for the sequel. Oh shit, this is it. Cool. Found them. You're back, wanna play again? You need to build an antenna? What should we say? Sounds like a chore to me. She helped us play hide and seek before. You're right, we should at least give it a try. We're not very skilled anyway, so they'll probably realize we can't help much. Then we can just watch them build it and do nothing. All good, Mouse. We'll see you at the West residence. Damn, that better be it. Got a shitload of these Kiblins together. How many more? No more. Okay, good. It's done. The game's about to end. Woo! Shit. I still don't really have enough. Three more or what? Yeah, 3 more. You don't really remember the first one? Oh, you remember the second one more? Because that's the one with the bird. I think I saw the first one. But yeah, it's been a long time. I don't even know for sure if I saw it. Probably saw the beginning and then just watched something else. There you are, Mouse. You managed to gather so many Kiblins for this task. It's truly impressive. Can't believe you crossed the whole town to help this human. So many Kiblins working together. It's unheard of. Our strike team is now complete. Killern and I did some calculations, and good news. We should be able to do this in time for the meteor shower. I'm done working on the device plan. Behold. Yeah, he gets depressed because his family ignores him at the beginning. Then he finds that bird. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember hearing about the book, and the book is like pretty sad, and the movie changed it to make it happy. Like, I think in the book, Stuart goes away, he leaves his family with that bird. Some shit like that. Something sad happens, and like Stuart just disappears or some shit. You know, Hollywood doesn't like that, so they had to change all that. The GADX, which is short for the Great Antenna DX. You read something, he wasn't even a mouse in the book? Oh, really? That's kinda... I don't know, I don't like that. So he was a human? tiny human, that's not as interesting. If we manage to build it, we should be able to contact the big city down there. The big city Kiblins don't like us, but they can't refuse our request. It's to make someone happy, isn't it? Speak with Kabas, our coordinator over there, to start. He'll lead the project. Yeah, apparently he's just a really small kid. Oh, yeah, that's pretty lame. But it's funny that somebody decided we need to make him a mouse. What the hell? Come on, mouse. Come talk to me and we'll finally get started. I wonder who decided to change him to a mouse. The studio executives or whatever, the ones that interfere with movies. Good luck. Because they actually, if that was them, somebody that works for the studio, that's actually a good idea. They turned them into a mouse. Good luck. Now let's do this. I can't wait to see the Master Kid Boss in action. This guy then? Wonder if such a big antenna could pick up TV signals from far away. Yeah, you read the book in school? Oh, there's a show kinda like Stuart Little called George Shrinks. He used to watch it a lot as a kid. Oh, that title sounds familiar. But yeah, I never saw it. Oh, I should start this ad. It's great that you're trying to help this human. No Kiblin has been assigned to this part of town in years. Yeah. Gotta pause it to do this shit. It's weird. Alright, starting the ad. So you read the book. Do you remember how it ends? What's the sad part? Cause I just remember that they said it was sad. In the movie, Stuart is at an orphanage, but in the book, he's the parents' actual birth kid. Oh, okay, so no orphanage. Ready to start working, mouse? Oh shit, this is probably the end right now. I'll just let the ads finish up here. You kinda remember how it ended. He leaves and like floats down a river on a boat, and you think it ends after that. Yeah, I think that's what it is. He just goes away and never hear from him ever again and shit. Like, Doesn't come back to his parents or anything. So yeah, that is pretty fucked up. Especially for a kid's book, children's story. You know, kids have to be fucking kind of devastated by that ending. Like, oh shit, what happened to Stuart? He just fucking goes away. That's it. That's terrible. Fact. The author also wrote Charlotte's Web. Oh, okay, yeah. So all his stories are sad. So he made depressing endings. Yeah. Sounds like he likes to make little kids cry or some shit. He's all about that. Ready to start working, Mouse? Yes. That's what I like to hear. Okay, you get the deal. Big antenna needs construction. Boss will lead the project. You will be able to experience my renowned leadership skills for yourself. Let's get straight to business. For the first step, you'll need to what was it again? You need to connect the construction project. Usually starts with gathering materials. Don't interrupt me, Kafix. I'm your boss and you're still in training. Sorry, boss, I just wanted to help. They made a sequel to the animated Charlotte's Web. You had it as a kid. It was a Nickelodeon straight to DVD thing. Yeah, I kind of remember a sequel where they try to make it happier or something. Like, I don't even think it was from the author, right? The author didn't even write that sequel. It's probably just Nickelodeon's fucking made up bullshit. As I was saying, every good construction project starts with material gathering. You'll team up with Kigleen for this. I'll prepare the area so no Kiblins will bother you. The live action version you watched in school and you remember not liking it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot. Because the original was a cartoon. And I think that's the one everyone remembers. And yeah, I don't know about that live action one. I think they probably went ahead and made it not as messed up, sad. Always try to make shit happier than what like the book really was. You'll team up with Kiglin, prepare the area, stand back. Not too shabby, eh? No Kiblin will trouble you with this. They made a GBA game based off the live action movie. That was like the 4th GBA game you ever streamed. And based off of live action Charlotte's Web. What a weird ass fucking game to even make. Cause I'm sure the movie wasn't like a huge hit or anything. Can't believe they thought it was gonna be a hit, so they gotta make a fucking game out of it. Not too shabby. Good luck now. The whole place has been cleared for us. This is great. Mouse, what a pleasure to work alongside you again. We need to go find some materials for this project. Everything we need is already here, but deep underground. That one was the start of the Jank 2. That was the first bad GBA game you played. That's how you discovered GBA games could be shit. Don't worry, I'll take care of digging those materials up. You, Mouse, will help me search for them. Come here for a second. It suits you well, Mouse. You look very sharp. The first one you streamed was Power Rangers. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm sure most Power Rangers are pretty shitty games. I've lent you one of my metal detector hats. It's really easy to use. The closer you get to metallic objects underground, the more intense the light will flicker. Just call on me and I'll dig up what we need. Like this. When that happens, call me and I'll dig up what we need. Got it. Great, let's go. Gather parts. Nice find, Mouse. Let me dig up. Wait, did the light go off? Gather 25. Great job, little mouse. We should have enough material to build Grand Antenna Y, or was it Antenna Z? We have enough materials to build the big antenna. I piled up everything we found there. Not bad, eh? Humans are painfully unaware of the treasures lying under their feet. Let's continue construction and go back to Gibas for the next step. When I have to get the hat back. Not bad at all. That was fantastic. I took a lot of notes on what you did. Thanks. Giving orders with such confidence is a skill only a few possess. Never mind. Mouse, we still have lots to do. Talk to me when you're ready for the next steps. Yes. For the next step, you have to provide the right materials to Kiddive over there. Your assistants made a pile of all the materials you gathered. Tell you what part they need, and the assistants will present you pieces that might match the description. Sounds like an easy task for someone like you, Mouse. Stand back and we'll prepare the area. Come closer, Mouse. Let me explain the next task. Thanks to all the materials you just gathered, we can start building this antenna. I will stay here and focus on the construction part. I need you to send me the materials I request. However, you won't be alone this time. Assistants, are you ready? Yes, Master Kiddive. We'll do our best, we promise. Good. Now, Mouse, listen closely. Here's how we will do this. Ask for a specific material, and my assistants will look for it in the scrap pile. They'll present what they find. Please shock the piece that I need to send it to me. Look closely at what the assistants present to you. This is a precise job. I trust you, Mouse. With this device, we should be able to contact other Kiblins with ease. Let me get in position. Ready? Listen closely. Cylindrical. That can turn the mechanism. Tighten and hold everything. That one, big bolts. Just a bit more. Phew. It's beautiful. Behold the great antenna. This is my best invention. I'm 72% sure it will work. I think that's what he said. You did a great job, Mouse. Together we have created something incredible. But we are not done yet. Oh, and kids, you're great assistants, thank you. I just took random pieces from the pile. Saying I thought we were just playing a game. I'm not sure what we did, but apparently we were amazing. We still need to power the GADX. Let's check our progress with Kid Boss. Clean job, Mouse. If we continue work as efficiently as this, we'll be done in no time. I can't wait to see how you'll solve the next challenge. We don't have all night. Tell me when you are ready for the next step, Mouse. Yes. Okay, Mouse, we're halfway through this. Now that the antenna is built, we need to power it, boss. Yes, Mouse, we need to power the antenna. His sprint is on the starting blocks. You can join them. Stand back while we clean the area. Let's go to work. The gray antenna is built, but it still needs power. You won't find another Kibblin capable of generating as much energy as me. And this is the perfect occasion to try the new technique Coach and I have been developing. Right, Coach? Indeed, and we need to be 3. We need to be 3 for this to work. Mouse, get ready to be amazed once again. Last time you helped us, you saw how much energy Kidsprint can generate. However, their technique was a bit chaotic. My head still hurts from colliding with that bench so hard. That's why we came up with a better idea. Straightforward job. Shock Kidsprint when they get near you. Faster Kidsprint goes, the more unpredictable their movement will be. Stay alert, Mouse. You ready for this? Marvelous Kidsprint, get into position. We'll start right now. Yes, Coach. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. Start. Shit. Oh man. What? Fuck. Damn it. What the hell? Come on, man. Oh, thank God. Holy moly. Okay, sprint, slow down. Focus, remember your training. I can't. How about we start training you on slowing down now? Think that might be a reasonable skill to train. We're done here. I'll speak to Kabaz to continue the project. We'll rest for a few minutes if you don't mind. Well done, Mouse. That was fast. You really are more efficient than I thought. The mouse was amazing, boss. I took tons of notes on what she did. Yes, but don't forget to take notes on what I did, Kifix. Mouse, when you are ready, come back to me. Only one last step to be able to use the antenna. Finally, the last step of the antenna construction. For this step, you will have to help Kickable tune the antenna frequency so we're able to contact a nearby town. Don't interrupt me again. Clear as a light bulb, boss. I'm sorry, I thought you needed help. I'm the one who helps people get fixed, not the other way around. Mouse. Let's get to it. We'll prepare the area. Stand back. We're almost done there, Mouse. Just one final effort. Gather the materials, built the antenna, powered it up. We only have one step left. The antenna needs two leads. It's the great antenna. DX, use exact terms, thank you. As I was saying before someone interrupted me, the great antenna DX needs to be calibrated in order to work. We need to make sure we can broadcast to the neighboring towns, Kiblins. While you were busy with other tasks, I crafted a little control station. Look, you can shock those switches to make parts of the GADX rotate. Calibrate all parts of the antenna, and we should be online. Why did we build it like this? Kidai read their own blueprint upside down, so we had to patch the design. Once you solve this, you will have to climb the Great Antenna DX to turn it on. You can do it, Mouse. We're so close. Oh shit. That was by accident. Well done. Everything seems to be in order. Now for the ultimate step. Climb that thing and shock the top. I'll watch from here. Good luck. Celebrate the Great Antenna. Oh shit, Anna. Hey, hello to you. Good morning. How are you this fine morning? There we go. And we're connected. Ready to see the ending to this game? Hopefully. Hopefully there's not an extra thing to do. Signal 5, signal strength 5 out of 5. The Great Antenna is officially finished and operational. We can now call the city's Kiblins and ask them to reduce the light for a short moment. Doing good, have to jump into team meeting, but I'll be lurking. Oh, okay, thanks for the lurk. Good luck in that meeting. Call the city's Kiblins and ask them to reduce the light for a short moment. Go check on Kid Boss, you did amazingly. Amazing job, Mouse. Yes, that was an outstanding job. Thank you, Kifix. I only helped from afar, though. Okay, Mouse. My work is over. The machine is ready. Speak with Kalern to finish this. Our break time is almost up. Hurry. Oh, not you. This was... yeah, not that one. Oh, this guy. You did it, Mouse. I'm impressed. Leave it to us now. We'll do our part. Are you ready to see the meteor shower? Yes. Splendid. Let's get to it. Kiblins, gather round. Hear me out. The Great Antenna DX is complete. We can finally make contact with the other Kiblins. Killer, you know them? You do the talking. Remember our request. Dim the lights of the city for a few moments. If they do this, the light pollution will diminish and the meteor shower will be visible from here. Hopefully we'll be in time for the human to see it. Oh wait. I almost forgot the most important component. An electronic sound signal transmitter. Sometimes called a telephone. by boring people. Take it, Killer. Kickable, activate the transmission and connect us. Got it. Connecting you the closest Kibblin box of the big city. Frequency found, connection established. Yay. No time to lose. Ask them, Killer. Hello? Hello, fellow Kiblin. This is Killer from St. Clair. We have a big problem and need your help urgently. What's our issue? Actually, telling you would be too easy. What about a riddle? We don't have time for this. Fine, you're lost. The riddle was amazing. Are you still there, fellow Kiblin? We need you to dim the lights of your city for a short moment. No time to explain. What do you mean you're just a bunch of pumpkins? They cut the connection. We have a problem. Signal lost. I repeat, signal lost. We are offline. What's happening? Oh, they are turning off. Meteor shower. Oh, how? The meteors, I can see them from here now. It's beautiful. I'm so happy I could see it. I wasn't expecting them to have arranged something for tonight. I'm so tired now, but I want to stay here a bit longer. What are you doing? Don't play with the equipment. What was that noise? Hide quick. Sorry, we wanted to see if we could use the satellite as a sled. Must have been the wind. The stars are so pretty tonight. Phew, what a night, eh? We did it in the end as a team. Nice work, everyone. Congratulations, everyone. That was even better than tonight's episode. Technology wins again. But of course, all the credit goes to you, Mouse. You've shown great leadership. Not as great as mine, but great nonetheless. Our nightly break is almost over now. Let's clean up all this mess. I don't want a speck of dirt on the ground. Come on, Kiblins, cleaning time. And now everyone back to your neighborhoods. Go. Goodbye, Mouse. See ya, good luck. Say hello to Lumion. Collect the happiness. Wait, where the hell? Oh. There we go. The Woman in the Stars, complete. Mouse, you did it. You generated some quality happiness by helping them. Come back to South Square. It's time for me to leave for real this time. More. Yes, here we go. Mouse, I felt it, that powerful wave of energy and emotion. You really did it. You brought the Kiblins together and made them all work as a group. Didn't think that was possible. I had no idea they or you were capable of such great feats together. Mouse, I'm sorry. All of my behavior, I was only thinking of myself. It didn't matter that they weren't part of the mission, you insisted we help that last person. All along you've known better than I how a true spirit guardian should behave. Now for the last time tonight, give me the happiness you've helped create. It's time for me to go home. Phew, I'm still not fully charged. I hope this will work. Now it's time for us to part ways, and you can go back to being a normal mouse. You still have business to do in St. Clair. Wrap it up. Sure, the Kiblins are back to goofing off. Though, I suppose maybe they've earned a break this time. What's up, Mechas? You had breakfast yet? I'm sure the Kiblins are back to goofing off. But hurry up, dawn is almost upon us. It is time for me to leave. Did you finish everything? Yes. What a night, Mouse. I am grateful for everything you did. When we first met, I was rude, and you still cared. You still helped me. Finally, I have so many things to tell them. They won't believe me. I wouldn't believe me. You care so much about people who you've never met. Farewell. Still feel a bit weak, but it's now or never. No. Why are my powers failing? No, Mouse, I know what you're thinking. You won't survive a fall like this. Don't do this. No. You found out to M. Night Shyamalan wrote Stuart Little. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Do not be afraid. Yeah, he wrote it and like nobody gave him credit, or I don't know, I guess he doesn't bring it up. You have worked so hard tonight, haven't you? I am the maker, and I am the cause of all the trouble you have experienced this eve. I created Lumion from my own energy, and I am not perfect, little mouse. Little like the Kiblins, Lumion is good at heart, but often short-sighted. focused on himself. Lumion needed to grow. He needed someone to show him what it meant to be a true spirit guardian. Through your selflessness, your kindness, your determination, you taught him what I could not. This is not the end of your journey. Come, continue to spread happiness to others. Become what you are meant to be. Join me, and I will make you a true spirit guardian. You've made me so happy, little one, and Lumion and the Kiblins as well. They'll be so excited. Now the time has come. Climb up that lightning rod one last time. And now the time has come. Yes. Enter. Your spirit guardian needs a name. You can't be a mouse for the rest of your existence. Share your thoughts with me, little one. Perhaps I'll find a name in there. Lila. Come then, Lila. It's a big world out there, and you're going to make it better. Ascend. All right. That was it. Pretty sweet. Game of the day. GG's, thanks. Yeah. This 20-minute game only took me like 10 hours. Ooh, yeah. But it was worth it. Special thanks. Mac? What? Somebody had a dog named Mac? Or some pet? 45 squeaks. What the fuck? Somebody had a dog named Mac during the making of this game. Yeah, the same dog from Animal Crossing on your island. Oh shit, there it is. Yeah, 9 hours, 41 minutes. For what should have been 3 hours or less. Oh, they just let you see the ending again. Alright. Next game, I guess. Next game in the backlog. I think I finally figured out how to make this other game work. Steam. Savage Halloween. Game they made super loud for some fucking reason. Alright, looks like it's working. Yeah, I don't know why they had to fucking crank the volume up all the way on this game. Looks like it's working though. Bought this game for like $3 right before Halloween, I think. I think on Halloween Eve. Let's see. I don't know which one I like best. I was starting to get used to a Pumpkinhead. What the hell? Dominica? See if I can beat the whole game. I'm losing health like crazy. Oh shit, wait. Oh, damn. I don't know if she could fly. Fuck. Chicken Police, PS4. That's a game or something? Oh shit. Oh, son of a bitch. Bam. Okay, I'm trying to fly. What? Get your ass in there. Oh shit, damn. Oh, what the? Shit. Bam, that was waste. Change the title. Savage. Oh, Queen. Oh. Oh, damn. Yeah. Course. Son of a bitch. Oh, dumb chicken weapon. 3-6 balls fights. Oh, fuck. Oh no, what? Oh shit. Been strong ass. Oh yeah, I forgot the damn flower. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Oh shit, Hollow. What's up, man? Working, lurking? Alright, thanks for the lurk. Ooh, another boss is dead. Oh shit, when did I change to play Mega Man? Fuck. Didn't notice that. Ah, son of a bitch. Oof. Nope. Damn, no. Oh, fuck. No. Damn. Oh shit. Oh, I can't kill them. Damn. Shit. Damn. Whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck. Oh, damn it. Stop. Oh, shit. Shit. Annoying ass. Holy shit. God damn. Fuck. Oh no. Fucking hell. Oh, damn it. Oh, fuck. Damn. No, man, where? Crap. Oh, fucking no. No, you piece of shit. Oh man. Oh no, shit. God damn it. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Jesus. Shit. Oh, get the fuck out of there. Fuck. Fuck. Damn. Oh shit. spots. Son of a bitch. Four, five, 6, 7, 8. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, damn it. Hmm. Shit. Yeah. Okay. Damn, you motherfucker. Hey, Macus. This is pretty tough. You have your breakfast yet, Macus? Chicken nuggies? Boss fight? Oh, this fucking part. Oh, I see the fucking spiders. Are the ones that leave that shit. Right, what was this asshole? Shit. What's his weapon? Oh, man. Damn, I can't duck. Oh, shit, I wasted too many grenades or whatever. Oh, no. Holy shit, that was it. Alright, fuck you. My regular weapon seems like the best against all these assholes. The circus. The chicken weapon seems like the worst. Takes forever for the shit to activate. Frog weapon also sucks. Yeah, all the weapons pretty much suck. Damn, so far. Goof Troop has departed Cincinnati? What? Goof Troop? Oh shit, this platform came out of nowhere. Oh, your copy you ordered Goof Troop? Yeah, okay. I didn't know what the hell that meant. It sounded like code word for something. Mac is talking like a spy. The Goof Troop has left Cincinnati. That's one of the last games you wanna own physically. Physical, I'm almost done collecting. Yeah, I don't get into all the collecting. I mean, I did my collecting when I was buying the games. From 25 years ago. That's my collection already. I don't need to collect more. What the fuck happened? What the hell? Everything just blew up. The fuck was that? Oh, this shit does say run. I guess they're serious. Just gotta fucking run, cause whole place is gonna blow up. That's Goof Troop or what? Your jank is overflowing, yeah. And you gotta beat the games, I think, to officially say you're finished with them. Oh man, that is fucking lame. Well, so I see there's the fuse. Shit. Yeah, you gotta beat that. What's that? Fucking the bear game you were playing. What is that shit? Off season or something? And look at that fuse just keeps going. Open season, okay, yeah. Shit. Oh, fuck. Oh man. Damn, fucking hell. That game's X. Hard as fuck, the game's X. Oh man, did that fire hit me? The fuse? That's fucking dumb. It does. Oh my god, that's fucking stupid. The fuse could kill you. Damn, they're fucking crazy. Accidentally typed X. Oh, that game. You just meant the game is hard. Oh. Damn, this shit. I hate place spikes right at the fucking worst spots. Holy shit. What the fuck? I thought I was doing good. What the fuck? Damn. Wait, that was the last life? Shit. Damn, fucking crazy ass level. Shit. I need the one with the most health. This fucker. Might be the easiest with that character too. Oh, ads? Damn. I didn't notice that. It's already 4th ad break. Okay. Oh shit, this guy kinda jumps pretty phony. Shitty jumper. Fucking stupid spider bullshit. Oh, fuck, it was right there. Shit. It's already far away, shit. Shit. Oh man, it's so close. Oh. Why did I call it? Damn. Shit, it's right here. Fucking hell. What the fuck? What? Oh shit. Oh, fucking. I didn't even know what to do. Man, what a fucked up level. Shit, well, that was the worst, I hope. Worst part of this. Doing it, making it, Macus. Gotta beat this fucking game. Oh shit. Oh, this is like a mid-boss. Oh, what the fuck? This is a Dragon Ball Z character. Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Damn. Oh, no. No, like that. Right in the middle. Alright, so fuck him. That was just the mid-boss. Shit. Oh, fuck. Damn it, why the fuck? Knew I should have thought. Oh, fucking Wayne. These cheap bastards. Shit, the fuck? Let's try it. Oh shit, okay. What's up with that guy? Oh, can't reach the baby trucker. Oh, stupid fucking bird. Get the fuck out of here. Do it, Macca's gonna beat this damn game today. Knock out another game from the backlog. Hey Darcy, what's up, man? Mac attack busting caps. Yep. this fucking game today. Second boss, Savage Circus. Oh, you actually know this game? I just bought it like the day before Halloween. Whoa, motherfucker. Bam. Bam. Oh shit, I gotta go far away. Ooh. Oh shit. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, you played it through every Halloween. Oh shit, really? I didn't even know it was out for that long. I thought it came out like this year. Holy shit. Oh, that's it. I ran out of the fucking power. Damn. What do you think of the weapons? Alright, these chickens seem to work now. I thought they kinda sucked at first. Alright, damn. Good indie run and gun. It's been out for a few, but it's a good one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Shit, I just kind of don't like any of the weapons except for the ghost gun and the bat. I don't know about the chicken right now. I guess it came in handy. The frog one kind of sucks. I don't know what's up with that. The ghost one is cool because it does that and goes through walls and everything. The bat is like the spreader, so that's cool. So I guess the frog one is the only one that I don't get at all. Like, doesn't even seem powerful. The original gun and the shotgun bat. Yeah, the regular gun seems to do the job fine by itself. You don't need anything else. But yeah, the shotgun some situations it is pretty good. Like right there. The frog gun, I'm trying to figure out what good is it. It seems slow and shitty. Oh shit. Thought they were actually coins. Oh shit. Yeah, let me know if there's any secrets or if you could help with the bosses or some shit. Make it easier. Whoa, fucking, what the hell? Shit. Yeah. Oh, damn, there's two different ways to go. Oh, okay, just for the free life. Okay, you could walk on them. Holy shit. No, you motherfucker. Goddamn. Shit. Fuck. Felt like I was stuck. Damn. Damn, fucking this fucker's strong. Hanging in there, shit. Just barely hanging in there. Oh, fuck. Oh shit, boss fight already? Fuck. Damn, I don't know what to expect. Shit. Oh shit. Damn. Holy shit. Ooh, man. A noob nub doing the Egyptian thing. Damn, why was it the first boss or second one seemed like really tough? Now these other guys, they don't really seem that bad. Oh shit, I didn't see that. Damn. Yeah. Saw that coming. The song is so good. Yeah, I like the old school everything actually. The fact that they made this look all 8-bit and sound, look and sound 8-bit. That's why it's easy to get into. If you grew up with these old looking games like this, then this feels like a normal, easy to get into type of game. Pretty much like Contra or something. Oh shit, what the? You want me to go down? Okay. Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh, what are those letters right now? Like the S? What is that for? I don't think they mentioned it before. I think there's another letter too. Forgot though. Oh, hey, the Savage Quest. What's up, man? Welcome in. You like Savage Halloween? Makes sense. Oh, jeez. Oh, fuck. Damn. Fucker. Yeah, buddy, that's what I call my channel every Halloween. Oh shit. That's cool. If you steal Hot Wheels legally, that's Grand Theft Auto. Alright. Oh, hey, Duke Silver. What's up, man? Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, I am. Hope you're having a good one too. Yep. Getting through this game little by little. Whoa. Shit. Oh, damn. Whoa, shit. Just chilling, working on some YouTube stuff. I was gonna say Halloween was like a week ago. Halloween never ends for me. I just got this game the day before Halloween, and I didn't finish it, so might as well finish it now. I'm not gonna wait till till next year. Oh shit. Oh. Fair enough. Don't want to wait. Yeah, a whole year. Forget that. You're back, Anna, and that is correct answer. Halloween never ends. Hell yeah. It ain't never ending. It's your favorite holiday, and your brother can't stand. Yeah, I think it's gotta be the best holiday. What else competes with Halloween? Christmas? Nope. Christmas when you're a kid is great, but when you're an adult, it's like you buy your own stuff, so who cares? You get into sibling fights over it. What is his like arguments? Like, can he just be cool with it? Or does he actually get in your way and say, you can't celebrate? Don't celebrate Halloween, damn it. Or does he say it's a stupid holiday? Like, what are you doing? Just silly fights over it, nothing major. Okay. As long as he's not telling you you can't do this and that. The best way to celebrate Election Day is shooting deer and other wildlife in various low polygon forms. Also, you're playing Cabela's, whatever the hell. Big hunting game. You just give each other shit for like 2 seconds and then you leave it. Okay, so that's good. No crazy fight. Actual throwing fists. You love Halloween, got almost every horror movie. You were born October 23, the year that OG Halloween came out. Oh, that's nice. Good year. Yeah, I don't know what these letters are for. Just keep picking them up. Sucks being 46. Damn, time flies. Yep. When you're young, you can't wait to be old. And when you're old, you wish you were young. Do you remember the Cabela's hunting game on PlayStation 1? That classic game there. He does know. You remember that game? I didn't know it was a classic. Oh, damn it. I thought Goldilla just picked that game at random for me to play. Somebody actually knows it. Surprise. Used to bore. Oh, we used to bore your wife with hunting games? Oh, okay. You have the arcade cabinet at your brother's? What the fuck? Of that? Holy shit. That's crazy. Well, the arcade is different. I think the arcade would be fun. It's just pointing the gun and shooting, right? That PS1 game, you gotta go searching for the deer, whatever other animals. Has the orange shotguns. Did it used to have like regular then? Then they came up with the law. You can't have realistic looking guns on an arcade. Damn it. Oh shit. Oh. They're all different for some reason. Oh, fuck. Boss fight? Nope, not yet. Oh shit. Nope. Damn, fucking guy. Fuck. Your favorite arcade setup you owned was Hydro Thunder. Oh shit. That's crazy. That's a big ass game with the seats and everything. Steering wheel. Your wife was pissed when she saw this. Yeah, what the hell? I mean, if you got the room for it, I guess it's fine, but that is a giant arcade to have in your house. Cabela's games are Big Game Hunter 2002 and Dangerous Hunts. You started playing it then, for real? No shit. Damn. One more heart. Nope. Yes. Your kids were hyped. Light up the whole house. Yeah, that must be pretty exciting for a kid. See an arcade inside. Oh shit, what the? Oh, Memphis. You cheered
Well,
on
why not?
45 minutes.
This party's
Awesome,
just
thank
getting
you.
started!
Thanks, Memphis. Everybody get naked. Oh shit, no. Fuck. Got stuck right there. Damn. Checkpoint. Damn. Oh, you fucker. No. Damn. That was a waste. Did not need to die like that. Holy shit. I didn't think this was gonna keep on going like this shit. We're not gonna need those hearts now. Oh, fucker. That's gonna be it. Damn, this is an easy boss. That's all he's gonna do. Holy shit. Didn't expect it to be that easy. Always, there's a second part? Oh shit. Okay. You just sold your OG Daytona? Damn. Was sad to see it go. Holy shit. So you got a bunch of arcades? Or you already got rid of everything? Oh damn. Uh-oh. The fuck? Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Damn, that's a tough jump. Shit. No. Oh, that was the last life. Damn. Daytona USA is what? Is on Xbox One, the original. I had 480 of them. What? 480 arcades? Holy shit. And sold it all to Storyland in Old. Oh, damn, to an actual arcade place. Holy shit, that's awesome. Oh, damn. The ads are on. Okay. Shit. And fuck. Already messed up. Alright. Crap. Again. Doing up me to jumps. Nope. Yeah. Shit. Oh, finally. Shit. Damn. Now that guy was tough. A little tougher than the other guys. You had some revision of Daytona USA that had. Uh-oh, shit. Oh man, a driving stage. Had some revision of Daytona USA that had advertisements for Sega Saturn. And Rush 2049 Tournament Edition Midway was supposed to recall all those after the actual competition ended. Also, is it worth a lot of money? Because it was supposed to be recalled? Oh shit. Damn. Oh, hey Umbrin. What's up, Umbrin Crow? Twitch is being a pain. Oh, what's happening with Twitch today? Only ones you have left that you would not let go of: The Simpsons Arcade and Pac-Man's. Oh, Pac-Man, Space Harrier, and Terminator Pinball. Oh man, yeah, those are all pretty great. And Twitch likes to freeze, and you gotta keep resetting everything. Oh, must be that new setup that they got. I bet it doesn't work a lot of the times for different phones or whatever. I know my phone has trouble with it sometimes. It does weird ass things. Yeah, like that. Sometimes it'll freeze. Whatever stream you're watching, it'll be stuck. Checkpoint. Oh shit, what the hell? Sneaking up behind me. Yeah, Twitch and OBS are working on shit and it's messing with everything. Yeah, OBS sometimes, I heard people, they don't update anything on OBS. They make sure to avoid any updates because they're always finding new problems. Oh man, need a heart. Dr. Blood. Oh, son of a bitch. Damn. Oh shit. Oh, Glitzy. What? Hey, Glitzy. Welcome in. Thanks for the sub.
Glitzy she just subscribed with
Go,
Prime.
Mac, go. What did I miss here? Twitch working. Oh, okay, yeah. It totally fucked your OBS. You had to redo. Holy shit, 8 years worth of layouts, stingers, intro tracks, etc. Holy shit, 8 years. Damn, that's fucked up. 8 years of setting all that up. That's horrible. Hey, Bert. Yeah, stream avatar bot. Mod privileges, Bert, over in Glitzland. You have what? 100 echoes? Oh, 100. The new Zelda? You already 100%ed it? That's crazy. You have all the wisdom. Yeah, been on here 8 years. Damn. And for all that setup to go away, that's insane. Yeah, my computer crashed a couple months ago and I lost just whatever. I just started streaming, really taking it more seriously since January. So I only lost like that month, that much setup, whatever. I didn't really have that much. Just 10 months worth of setting up OBS stuff. Flame Boo.
Donald's
My purse. Don't be afraid to shout it. That's my purse! Try it again.
Oh shit, Macus.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
Thanks for that 100, Macus. Oh shit, Macus started a hype train. Crazy Macus. Single-handedly, or also with Glitzy with the sub.
Okay. Hello, Dumbfex. There you go.
Oh shit, what's Mecca's playing here?
Hold on. Let me do a better one. Hello, Dumbfexy. I've been getting a few, trying a few.
Thanks, Blitzen.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started.
Oh, damn. No, game over. Oh, they sent me back. Oh, I just started that level, so that's good. That's fine. You hate being on your phone and needing bits or wanting to gift because you refuse on your phone? Oh yeah, right. They charge more on the phone? I forgot about that weird thing. Thanks for the shouting. $7 for subs on the phone. Oh shit, Mac's gifted one. Oh shit, who did it go to?
Donald's Gabe Media Bet is gifted una subscriptions to the community.
I don't see who was it given to? Convenience fee? Oh, that old excuse. That lie. Yeah. Very convenient for them. For Twitch. For Bezos. Oh, Battle Mage? Is that who it? Gifted to Battle Mage Azulio. Okay.
Everybody get naked. Come on, don't be stuck up. It's going to be great.
Well, why not? This party's just getting started.
Everybody.
Everybody get naked. Oh damn, that was the last stage. Alright. It's probably gonna be the toughest stage. Yeah, now I have to get on PC for anything else. And it just angers me. Yeah, I totally forgot about that convenience fee nonsense. Oh yeah, Savage, I got a Discord. The message pops up every now and then, but I think I got the alerts or command. Yeah, there it is. In case you wanted to join. Love the emotes. Macus with his twerking grimace. Oh yeah, so now I gotta draw something for Battle Mage Azulio. Or I could draw another grimace for you, Macus. Your 100th grimace. It's your choice. Love Naughty Audie. Naughty Audie. Who was in Noah's chat? Oh, in his chat, like, right now, is he live or something? It's 12. It's kind of early. I don't know if does he go live right now? Oh, I see videos there. Videos on. Cheeseburgers on. Let me leave a lurk for a video. Cheeseburger. Oh yeah, damn. Forgot. I was hoping that B-Habs would show up. Show her the drawing I made for her. Okay, now wait. Okay, fuck. Now you're one. Oh, number one. Yeah, right. You became number one cheerer or whatever. Yeah, whoop whoop. You have a Killer Savage Halloween sprite. Like an emote. This game looks hella cool. Yeah, it's got good music too. It's pretty crazy. Oh shit, he gets a different car. A red pickup truck. Oh, this is actually the girl. Dominica. Oh man. How am I gonna catch those hearts? Barely see them coming. But it makes your head hurt like immediately for whatever reason. Oh, too much motion. Oh, oh yeah. How did that checkup go for your that concussion you said you had? Glitzy, is everything okay with that? You made layouts, emotes, and intro tracks. Umbrella Crow, that video you sent of the horse saying has something in it. It was funny. You can do it? Yeah, I think so. I think I got this. It was a tattoo. Oh, you were a tattoo artist for 8 years until you started having seizures. Oh shit, that sucks. Damn, sorry to hear that. 8 years. Shit. Yeah, fuck the concussion. Yeah, fuck that concussion. It doesn't exist. You have therapy Thursday, so she told you to take off until after your first appointment. Also, like, take some time off and rest. She thinks you'll be uh, able to better work out and compartmentalize with true rest, and at least one session they have it worked out to fix your nausea, visual issues, and 4 therapy sessions. Oh, okay. So you do get nauseous and probably like headaches and shit. Hope you cope okay, Savage. Yeah, damn, everybody's got some health issues going on in chat. Marcus has diabetes. Glitzy has a concussion. Everybody's suffering. Everybody needs Jesus in their life or something. Right, Marcus? That's what you agreed with? Everybody needs Jesus. Very fast. Very fast. Apparently, getting a concussion when not expecting to receive one makes it a bunch worse. Yeah, you're not a football player. You're not supposed to get concussions. Or a boxer or anything like that. And she told you after hearing two of your post-op symptoms that she thinks you woke up during anesthesia. Oh, damn. That's scary. Didn't even know what you were agreeing with. Yeah, Uni just said like everyone needs Jesus, or the people starting shit, people starting violence, they need Jesus in their life. And you were like, yup, agree with that. So she said, go home, rest, exercise. It's 70 degrees there today, so walked for like 20 minutes. Oh, that's good. Think everyone needs a walk every now and then. Just be lucky. What was that, Godilla? Just be lucky you don't TTS copy pasta Power Rangers sex fan fiction. Okay. We're all lucky. We don't have to hear them. Oh yeah, check out Brady.
Oh, he's casting a spell. I got time.
What's up, Brady? You just got here? Witsy might agree with the Jesus comments. Or with Godzilla. Just be lucky we don't see Power Rangers sex fan fiction. You'll link it though? I don't want to see that. I'm not clicking on that. They're dropped on your Discord. You'll like it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Glitzy's, well, you're a witch. Of course you're pagan. What kind of witch would follow a religion? A Christian religion? Or whatever other. It's all paganism, baby. You worship Mother Earth. Yep. As we all should. Everyone should. Oh, thanks, Savage. Got my back. Great art. Uh-oh, Godzilla starting with his videos. You see my character he did?
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Umbran's character is hiding. Or not hiding, but he's over here off in the corner. little Umbran crow from Bayonetta. Alright, what's your video? Godzilla. Oh, is it gonna be what you were saying, this Power Rangers fan fiction? Is that what we're in for? Alright, let's see what happens here. Okay. Barney. Sad as fuck. Okay.
Actual, honest to goodness, real live fuck. I sure do.
Here comes the fuck, the people shout. Hooray! The siren tells the cars and trucks to get fuck out of the way. Look at all the fucking lights and watch the water spray. Hey! F-U-C-K!
That spells fuck.
I love the fuck with all its holy fuckers off to save the day.
Hooray!
I love to watch them.
F-U-C-K! That spells fuck.
Here comes the fuck, the people shout hooray! The siren tells the cars and trucks to get out of the way. Look at all the f***ing lights and watch the water.
Now they censor it.
F-U-C-K! F-U-C-K! Here comes the fuck, hooray, hooray, hooray! F-U-C-K! 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 F-U-C-K!
That spells fuck.
Joe Pesci. What the hell? Good one, Godilla. Excellent video. Let me see what I missed here. If you need some intro tracks, let me know. Oh yeah, just you could send them my way. I'll take a look. What else? Glitzy, yeah, it runs deep in your blood. Green Witch. Oh really? So that's all true? You actually have witches in your family? Forgot to tell you. Oh shit. Is that why you get mad when when Umbran starts forest fires? Can't get mad at him for that. It's just what he likes to do. You got boba today? Oh, that's nice. That'll help you relax and hopefully recover from any concussion side effects. Uh-oh, plants will burn. Umbran threatening to burn down a whole forest. Thanks, Bert. At least I know you'll be thinking of wow. Burning plants, glitzy, not cremating. Yeah, you'll still be thinking of glitzy when you burn something. As long as it's not inside an inside out asshole again. What? Pretty white widow flower? Were you there for that? Oh shit, Mecca's out of Fritos again. Gotta buy the family size bag. Haven't seen this in so long. The game? Funny as shit if you're talking about the tiny dried flower bird. Someone put a clip in it of surgical stuff. Oh no. That doesn't sound good. I don't want to see that either. Not flower. You have tiny dried flowers that have outside looking buttholes. Gross. Who's asshole? He added a few stoner emotes. He made. Okay, cool. Yes, drink boba and feel better. Yeah, sounds good. Is chat gonna get interesting as he reads on? You also assault the elderly and harass animals. Okay. Prevent forest fires. You were talking about having seen that. Oh, the YouTube in a long time. Okay. Yeah, I never seen that. First time seeing Barney say fuck. You're dying laughing. You're laughing? Umbran's burning down forests, and you're laughing? Umbran chases crows out of his yard. Bert, no, harassing animals. You like assaulting animals and looking at holes. I don't know this side of Bert, of Umbert. Sounds like a pretty violent guy. All kinds of holes. Umbran likes all the holes. Crows remember faces. They will actually gang up. Stop burning down forests, Umbran. They remember. They're better than elephants. Better memory. Crows are fucking scary. Crows also chase hawks. Damn. And aren't they smaller than hawks? Than certain hawks? BRB, gotta drink your Pepsi? Okay. They know how to use cars to break acorns and get when people cross streets. Damn, they use the car to break acorns? What do they place them right behind the tires? So they could get run over? That's pretty smart. Oh, you saw a documentary? Umbran's single with needs, damn it. He can use holes. It was fucking nuts. Poor Bert and his holes. His whole issues. They dropped them in the crosswalks. Oh. Oh, and just wait for the car to run them over. Yeah, I guess they're pretty smart. I saw a video of a squirrel that made it look like he got killed by a broomstick. He like got under it and pretended he was dead. Can't redeem short video. Oh, really? What is it? Not enough points, or it's not working? Yep, and get them when the people cross the street, when the lights change. Damn, they're geniuses. Very cool, yeah. Love animal documentaries. Yeah, especially when they're that interesting. They do all sorts of smart ass shit like that. That's awesome. They're like little people with their little scams. All that planning. You got 4K. It's on a timer. Oh, really? Wait. There's a timer on it? I know I put a timer on different for choose a game. I think that one has a timer, but the videos, I don't think I put a timer on that. Out of stock. Huh, that's weird. Let me check that, cuz there's been some times when Godilla or Cheeseburger, they'll put on like 20 videos in a row. They never run out. So I wonder what's going on with that right now. What the hell? Let's see, rewards. Channel points. Oh wait, no, it should be manage. That's called being horny. What? What the hell? Married? I don't even have time to comprehend myself. Me and Fats Geronimo are going on our. What? You and Fats Geronimo, Macus? What the hell? And we weren't invited to the wedding? Lucky your other half comprehends you when you can't. Oh yeah, that's good. Good to have someone like that. That's called being horny. Also, you got a new Zelda theme? You don't know you're asking if it's on a timer? Yeah, I don't think it is. I'm checking it right now. Let me see. Where is it? Alright, here it is. Time between redemptions. Oh, limit redemption per user per stream. So each person has 10 to redeem per stream. And there's I guess a 1 minute cooldown time between redemptions. I don't even remember putting that 1 minute cooldown. But yeah, it says 10 per stream. I just put 0 for the minutes, so that should be gone right now. What's that? Oh, I don't speak that language. Rico. I was burned out by women 4 times in a row over a moderate period of time. Not all, but most are always the same.
Brady 2700
Never
just
mind, left, I
redeemed.
came
Choose
back,
a short
it's back
YouTube
now.
video.
Okay. So this is... Okay, that's Brady's. Brady's video. Let me full screen that before. Whoops. Oh, now this one I have seen, actually.
Yeah, this thing's a piece of shit. Let's go do something else. Come on, Hoban, get me chicken pot pie. Hey, you squeezing
little mouse. Go get it your sorry ass self. Don't talk to me like that, bitch. Get out of my way, you piece of shit.
From the Jim Henson Company. Yeah, that video I've definitely seen a few times. It's pretty cool that they get to do stupid shit like that. Meant to ask, have you seen the Jim Henson movie Happy Time Murders? Yeah, I've seen it. I think it's good. I think it's pretty funny and everything, but man, I was surprised to hear all the hate for it. A lot of people say it sucks, and I don't know, that they just don't like it. And I'm over here thinking like, what's wrong with it? It's pretty good. Shit. Do people just not want to see Muppets do that type of stuff? Is that why they didn't like Meet the Feebles? Come on, heart. Where's the hearts? Oh shit, there we go. Have you seen it, Macus? Is that a movie we gotta watch on stream? Oh fuck. Right away get hit. Damn. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, well, I didn't need the heart there, but shit. Never know when to expect them. Yeah, you have. Oh yeah, the puppet with the silly string. Silly string jizzing. Yeah, it reminded me of like Meet the Feebles, but not as bad, so not as like disgusting as that. So it's kind of toned down, Meet the Feebles. Oh damn it, why'd I fucking do that? Oh shit. It's the turtle truck. Turtle van. Or are these homing missiles?
Brady
Yeah, I think they
2700
were
just redeemed. Choose a
actually
short YouTube video.
going straight. Oh, is that the Redeem? I heard the Redeem, but didn't see the Critters video. Already offensive as hell. Oh shit. Click that. There we go.
Midget's next. My turn, my turn, my turn. What? Nappa, what are you doing? It's his turn, Vegeta. I have to wait for him. You okay, Vegeta? Yes, just an aneurysm out of sheer stupidity. Wow. Didn't think you were that stupid, Vegeta.
Vegeta's aneurysm. Oh no, it's alright, Brady. You could throw as many videos out there as you want. It's no big deal. Anytime. I might even just get rid of the 10 video limit. Don't really need that. The whole stream could just be videos. I don't mind. Watching YouTube. Alright, this looks like the final level for real. We gotta go through Dragon Ball Z Abridged one day. The entire series? Shit. People don't like Melissa McCarthy. Yeah, some people don't like her. Yeah, that's always a problem. I hear people bitching about her, they don't like her, whatever. And she wasn't happy to. Yeah, she's like the main character, other than that, the puppet detective. Oh shit. Getting murdered. Waited here. It's pretty good, not the whole series if you don't want to, of course. I mean, yeah, I think I've had enough the original Dragon Ball Z. I'm still trying to get through Dragon Ball when Goku's a little kid. I still need I don't know, 50 episodes of that. So I already have too much Dragon Ball to get through. That movie was actually at your Big Lots. You should go back and get it. It is a good one. Oh shit, I'm making blood flow on the ground. Oh shit. Every step she takes, a bunch of blood. Damn it. Shit. Those annoying ass skull bats. Time to ask for happy time murders for Christmas. Let's see what Grandma Macus has to say about that. Since she hated The Big Lebowski, I'm gonna guess she's gonna hate that too. Puppets having sex? What the hell's wrong with you, Mechas? I'm assuming she calls you Mechas too. She didn't like Lebowski, yeah. I mean, I guess she's a grandma. That makes sense. It's not a grandma movie. That's too bad. She doesn't like it because, damn, after seeing it again the other day, I like it even more. It's like I didn't see it for a good while, and now seeing it again, I'm like, yeah, this movie's still fucking great. And then that was weird hearing Noah talk about it on his stream for some reason. He was like talking about how much he liked it. He said, "Oh yeah, Big Lebowski's pretty great." Damn. Oh, fuck. God damn. Spider. Nope. Oh, what? Shit. Fuck. Seems like the only way to do this is underneath. Oh, you fucking asshole. Nope. Nope. Oh, you bastard. God damn. Hey Omega, you gonna be good with me taking yeah, go ahead. It's alright, man. Take a shower whenever you want. Oh, damn it. Fucking bats. Gotta assume they're gonna be every damn where I go. Oh, shit. Damn, these assholes get you every time. Gotta do that and get the trash out. Alright, no problem. Nope, you motherfucker. God damn it. Oh yeah, fuck. How did I forget that? God damn it. Oh no. Ads are on shit. Bum 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 bum. Oh, fuck. God damn, did not see that. Shit. I'm going to remind you about Jaws every day. Oh shit, damn, fuck you. Oh, you motherfucking sneaky shits. Damn. Bum, 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 bum. Final boss. DJ. Oh shit. He's a DJ. Oh yeah, DJ Dracula. No shit. Whoa, shit. Damn. Hmm. No, but Macca's must have went to get his Fritos. No. Shit. Hey. Oh man, fucking that sucks. Oh shit. Oh motherfucker. Damn you. Oh no, what the fuck did I do that for? Shit. Oh, fuck, he changed it. That son of a bitch. There we go. Ooh. Dracula, you son of a bitch. You better not have a second phase. Alright. Oh man, mission accomplished. Time to play Jaws Unleashed. James, finally the portal is open and the troublemakers are leaving. Thanks for the help, girl, but I think you're going to be in trouble when you get home, huh? Well, probably yes. But my dad will have to explain to my mom why he didn't come home last week. So the next 200 years will be a smooth one for me. Okay, if you need to shoot something, let me know. Maybe next year, who knows? Hey Lulu, leave this ball full of monkey poop. Let's go home, boy. To our families and friends, Hugo Garini Garlic, Skull Commando Labs, Happy Halloween. Let's see what time is it. Oof, 2:30. Alright. Gonna raid out in a bit. Oh shit. Whoops, surprise. That was for B-Habs. If she was here. But, till next time. Oh, I haven't seen this with Clay Mega Man in the middle. Okay, who's out there? Shut that off. Wait, is Vidya and Cheeseburger, they're still on. Friendly, yeah. Cheeseburger is playing. What is this? Some fighting game. Video's playing. Red Dead. Oh, I see Gaster is on. Playing Batman. Let's rate out to what the hell? Cheeseburger? Up. Cheeseburger cats. Rating out 10 seconds. Thanks everybody. Goldilla, Macus, Glitzy, Savage, what was his name? Savage. Umbrin, of course. Thanks for everybody and the sub, Macus, you gave sub to Battle Mage. I didn't even know he was here. Battle Mage Azulio. Alright. And let's raid out right now.